Let's go! I'm excited. I'm gonna try to get to Ultimate tonight. See if I can. That might be a little ambitious. That might be a little ambitious. But we'll do our best. So I don't think there's anything in FGE we want.
So, the three had to go to...
I will take your challenge.
The emissary warned.
I could hear the battle...
Let's take a look here. If I was going to do FG on this, who would I want a little boost in?
Iron well spent.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Bismuel's folders. I guess just Bismuel again then. Let's go, Basilla. Sure. I'll get right back on that. But this nerd wants my dynamite.
Yeah? Oh, of course. I can't do that yet.
Oh, let's see. If I could get a ring with some poison res off of Vyloth. That might be good. Running low on dynamite. That Inquisitor Orb sent your base. Oh. I never did turn in that quest.
I can't do that yet.
An impervious Viloth's ring. Let's see.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, goddammit. Then we also have the level 45 version of the Slit the Primal Ring. Not worth. We'll just press on.
That skill's not
We'll
ready.
farm Viloth rings if, in Ultimate if we needed some extra res. Oh, Shanks doesn't,
That skill's not ready.
because he doesn't die, he doesn't drop a little treasure bubble. I guess that's maybe why he has his chest here. Alright. We'll make the rounds, we'll go rescue this jerk. Sup, nerd?
That skill's not ready.
I will take the path of least resistance with your partner to give me extra XP as fast as possible.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Well, where'd all these dudes come from? Primal instinct. Okay, anything in here? I really need to get new gloves. What am I holding on to these gloves so long for? Oh, I need some. Oh, I need to be honored with Devil's Crossing, and then I could get something, I think. I think there is a acid res augment somewhere.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Let's go. Let's do the Elder Quest. I think it's worth some rover rep, I'm pretty sure. And we can swing by the mine and replenish our dynamite. I'm starting to take a little bit of damage. Did get some rings. Ooh, this one's close to being a replacement for that. Some jelly for the next quest as well.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Boop. Beep. Not as talkative tonight.
Can't do that yet.
All out of that 10.5% fuel. But there's not that much to say. just going through the motions. This is Elite. It's our second time through the campaign. Yes, here it is, actually. Goodbye.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, I think this shrine up ahead is one that makes you... craft something it doesn't want to drop.
I can't
A drop component. It wants a crafted component, if I recall correctly. Alright, do I want to go grab some jelly? Yeah, you always need jelly. If I am going to do anything hard on this, I want some jelly. I don't know. Should I treat this as like sort of a speed run, or as if I'm like legitimately playing, you know, gonna play this character through to its logical conclusion? Because I think if I say okay, we're doing a speed run, then I don't do this. I just keep on going. Am I missing? Oh, I'm fumbling, that's why. Dang, fumble.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yeah, wants Vengeful Wrath, which I think is also, you gotta buy that recipe.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got
Here,
left.
let's dump some of this shit. We'll just keep those as options for switching out gear. Those are like good damage gloves. Don't really need the casting speed though. Death's Wail. Maybe. No. 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 Some interesting ring. That's another maybe, just if we need to shift some stats around.
Well, you work, Derry. We have to hit them hard and fast.
Got any more scrap metal?
Now, was I a smart boy and bought this recipe? And I was. There we go. A legendary Black Scourge. For whipping your pets, I guess.
I can't do that.
Keep your weapons.
Okay, I will keep my weapons. Farewell. Okay, click on it. Oh, goddammit, I said go. And this is the enhanced version, and then you get a free little sample. So it's really just a win-win.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, those little these little guys are turrets. They shoot little purple farts out. Okay, who do we got in there today? I never want to fuck with this guy. Let's see. This is not the Stunjax guy who just shotguns you down to death. Honored with Devil's Crossing. That gets me something that we want, I think. No, I'm thinking of the Rovers. Oh, but it does. No, it is worth maximizing value, because what it does let me get is a Writ of Devil's Crossing. Let me check if I'm at close. So Homestead, we're getting close. Rovers, we're getting close. And this is the level that gives you augments. Yeah, here we go. So this. Okay, that's mostly from. Let's get some of that. Let's get some of this Gazer Eye. Don't need that. That's for pets. Oh, I got a bag. I got a new extra bag. Shift everything over one. Okay, so... yes, gloves. If I had more... I actually don't really need the piercing res. Attack speed. So the deal is, if I had more, poison and acid res.
Put it to good use.
A little bit more. And I actually don't need Aether that bad, but if I had a little bit more poison and acid res.
Safe storage. No questions. I'll keep an eye on it.
Then I could wear different gloves. And if I had more poison and acid res, then I could wear a different ring, but I'd still want something with... I actually might want something with some vitality res too. I lost a little sun reduction. Oh, my gloves has had some. Put some gazer eye on the neck piece. Let's go pick up a handful of those so we can swap things out on the fly. Yeah, I think that goes here. We'll get our soul shard back. That is just like a straight upgrade. Oh, fuck. And I immediately wrecked the thing that had the slith venom on it. There is a attack speed ring. Yeah, like this would be pretty cool to have instead of that. I'm so dumb. But spectral binding is damage. I don't know which is more damage. Like a bunch of flat damage, health, offensive ability. I lose more than the stats on the ring, and all I'm really gaining is a little bit of that, which I just don't think it's a good trade. Doesn't seem worth it. Gotta destroy one more forge.
Skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Boop, boop. Yeah, look at those little fuckers go. Farting out their little purple mist. And we should be ready for the Blind Sage. Oh, we were more than ready. There you go. Even more damage. Just getting a text message from the girlfriend.
Can't do that.
Women, am I right? Always wanting to be in touch with you and part of your life.
I can't do that yet.
Taking a little bit of extra damage in this zone. I
Skill's
think
not ready.
I need to upgrade some of this gear. Getting a little booty blasted.
Skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Shroud of Illusion.
That skill's not ready.
Could be good. Ah, I like it. What do we lose? We lose a good chunk of Chaos Res, but I don't think I need it. Yeah, with the renewal. Get a load of Aether Res. So really all this guy is it was just a big heap of armor and it had some elemental damage on it. So let's see if I have one of these. Swap it out like that. Oh, does it have a there's a Ward of Illusion. Oh, okay. Tight. And +2 Aura of Censure. Dope. Oh, hold on a sec. Let's see here. Promotion for my viewers, views, chatbots, etc. I'm learning. What do I just... What? So what do I want to do? Slash ban milky large mint K. Oh no, I'm just gonna I see it. There's a little hammer button. I'm just gonna hit the old ban button and goodbye. And I should be able to delete this message, right? How do I delete this message? Like three little dots, but it's like right on the edge of. And maybe it must have auto deleted it. Well, experience. Sup? Uh Why enemies with mirror? Why?
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, I need a new hat.
I can't do that yet.
I need to remember that we don't like the outcast. I need new pants. One more level, I could wear one of these pants. Probably. Probably these pants. Just for that poison res. Oh, but I want fizz res. I want it.
I can't do that.
I'm greedy. Okay, let's go back and turn some things in. What is it? What can be done? Okay.
I'll give you a good
And how
price.
far along? Oh, okay, so we're ready for rovers. Right on time. And these guys, I don't need that. These guys got something I could put on my gear. Yeah. Those are for
See you around.
jewelry, and I don't need it. Oh, wrong one. Now, Ulraprax down the road here has a +1 Inquisitor. Neck. So let's peek our head in and see.
That skill's not ready.
If it's a good one. We do like to attack fast. That would be good. Maybe those are. So we got an arsonist Warprax. Can't use yet. It really is just +1 all skills, or +1 Inquisitor skills. But maybe that's worth something. And what I really need is empowered elite plates of valor. That is the play. Yeah, I think it's that. Just the fizz, just the physical hits. Just my armor's too low, maybe. Tempest. Oh, there's stuff up here. You just need to take more care to fight on top of the seal. Maybe time to start putting some... Get the fuck out of the way! I'm start sinking some points into the seal. Thing I've liked doing recently is popping in over here and grabbing this first, because it puts the rest of them on your mini map for this little Forgotten Passage quest. Yeah, took some damage there. Nature's Bounty. Oh. Ooh. All points of can into that. Like I said, maybe it's time to get... Let's just max that out as far as we can go. What? How did that end up there? Extra pickup range, just speed things up a bit.
That skill's not ready.
I am a habitual run back guy for that little piece of you know, scavenged plating that drops. I'm gonna run back for it every time. Or that stack of 50 iron bits.
Skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Alright, here we go. These are promising. Rune Ward Lizards. Yeah. I can lose the bleed. I can... I mean... I can lose the pierce, but it's not ideal. It'll be fine for a
Do
lead.
that yet.
We'll solve that before it matters. I just need... I am gonna need... What is that plus 2 recognition? Okay. I think it's worth... yeah, I'm gonna have to... By the time I get there, I'm gonna have to sink some physique. Ooh, 666 physique.
I can't do
Could also dump some points into the Necromancer bar. I think I still got some room. What do you need?
I can't do that. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Oh, you know what? I totally forgot.
That
I'm gonna
skill's
do it
not
right
ready.
now. I'm gonna do it right now. I said what I would do is I would start putting snapshots of my character on the YouTube video links. So let's do that. Okay, so not share. Import. And there, there, there. Now share. I think just switch over to YouTube, edit the description, and just toss that link right there. Okay, so we're gonna get midpoint. I think I would just do it at the end of a stream, either at the beginning or the end of a stream. This one is going to be a midpoint. Here's a totem to click. Maybe we'll get empowered like plates of valor. Ooh, that one actually got scary. I couldn't move. All that stuff stacking. I thought I actually had to use a potion. First time since like the actual literal start of the game. I might have used one in the Odin fights. Dreadguard.
I can't do that.
Hold on. That's a ring. We got a triple rare. Drain Essence. I could switch to Drain Essence. Ah, but it's so low level. I mean, it's not for like right now, but if I was like, if that had dropped in like ultimate, like if that was the highest tier it could have been, that might be something worth respecking for. Also, but I don't think its stats were very good. Like, I think on a shield, yeah, you'd want, like, up his res roll anyway.
That skill's not ready.
some more Tempest Alacrity. And more of a side grade.
That skill's not ready.
Alien Skull. You know, you could go like. I mean, you could do all this stuff. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I've got no idea how to play this class. Okay, another need to be crafted item, which I hope I remember to buy the recipe for. Oh, and I can talk to this guy and tell him.
Well,
Yeah, we did it. We did it.
Got something you need stashed?
Tinker's Ingenuity. Just a bunch of reds. You know, that might be good. I am running into a bit of a thing where I want to wear things, but I do not have enough physique to wear those things. Yeah, we'll just fucking sell it. Pretty sure that these were just accidental pickups. So a neck with poison Vit might be a replacement for that guy. These probably don't need to be Aether Souls anymore. You bear. Thunderstruck. Augmented. You know, we're just gonna hold on and upgrade to that. Nah. 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 Hold on to that. Maybe. Another Thunderstruck amending.
Put it to good use.
I'm so bad about it. But what do you want?
There you are. Come, come. I have something that requires your pension for...
No. No, thank you. No, 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 no. Not right now.
Come, friend. Right to business. Nobody's...
Oh, and I also need to make a cold stone. No, 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 no. Cold.
Bring me back any blueprints.
I don't know these fucking things.
I can't do
Yeah, and we can just go to the Broken Hills now.
I can't do that yet.
Do I want to do this
I can't do that yet.
right now? Do I want to do SOT right now? Or do I just want to push on for Lagorian, skip straight to Ultimate?
I can't do that yet.
I think I just want to push on. I don't really, you know, these last few devotion points aren't critical. I don't really need to go out of my way to get the devotion shrine in there. and this one wants
That skill's not ready.
imbued silver? Yes.
Scrap metal. Go on then.
Alright, and now we unlock Elemental Seeker, and I guess it can go on Bone Harvest. Okay, and we still need several more levels and a fair amount of physique. And he's a little blue ball. He's a little blue ball that blows up. Neat.
That skill's not ready.
Now is this, let me look at this guy closer. Is this a guy that I actually want to be triggering a lot? Does he have a cooldown? Okay, so he has a 1.2 second skill recharge. 1 meter radius, lives for 3 seconds. So he kind of is a thing I want to summon a lot. What's the recharge on this? 3 seconds. So it's not ideal. Bone Harvest. Let's take a look. Yeah, this is something that you want. I got an audible. These are the things it can be on. So can I hit 4 times in a second? Another option is this is on Ill Omen, but it could be on Bone Harvest maybe. It has a 1 second skill recharge and a 5 summon limit, and they live for 4.5 seconds. Need like another skill, like another dot skill or laser is what I really need. The skill recharge on that is 1.5 seconds. I'm going to experiment putting this on Reaping Strike. Because I do a lot of attacking. I don't really need it for clearing trash. You know, I don't need the orb to clear trash. And you can get a couple of them out. There you go. Honored with Homestead. Right on time. Fortunately, I can't teleport there to make the most of this, but... I attack pretty fast. Ouch. Voldrax Crusher.
Well, if it isn't, I haven't been. I came upon the.
How's my dynamite looking? Okay, so I can open Pine Barrens if I want to. How bad do I want to go to Pine Barrens? I only need one more shrine, so maybe not that bad. Forget Bone Blade, Vit Bloody Pox, and then Bone Slicer is Bleeding Judgment.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That
resolve. And our last point can be just a bunch of, yeah, just a bunch of damage. Give me that damage. Give it to me.
That skill's not ready.
Go find.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that.
Oh, and there's Totem. Ooh, ooh. If I wasn't paying attention. Bone Scythe. Vit Cold. Or Vit Bone Harvest.
Can't do that yet.
I don't like this. You're gonna throw rocks at me.
That skill's not ready.
Bone Crusher. Crusher. Chains of Nightfire. What? Just give me the things.
That skill's not ready.
Totem's getting a little scary. A little spooky.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Got so much rope with the Outcast just to stab her in the back as soon as I see her again. Durable. Come on, you son bitch. Get out of the aether pile. Hold on, Lich Gar. Flesh warped palate mail. Nah. Wraith warded. Sup, nerd?
So how? Good work.
Oh. Got to talk to the dude. Slightly suboptimal.
I wasn't sure you. I wish that I'm going to check in with.
I'll skip the plot. The Legion is split on two.
Okay, this seems like a good place to take a little bathroom break. Do 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 do. We're back. We got some coffee. We have to do the stuff again. Do this all again, and then a third time, again, repeatedly, forever. It's time to do this. It's time to move towards the stars. Oh, let's not go too far. Let's get Dahlia's journal. So we can get our Celestial Lotus at the end of Forgotten Gods, right?
That skill's not ready.
Where am I going? Maybe I should look through some of that and see if any of it seems like anything I can craft seems like worth using. One of the problems with this game's crafting system is that there are loads of recipes in the mid-tier that you're absolutely never going to use.
That skill's not ready.
And, you know, assuming you have Ashes of Malmoth, then even like on a reroll, when you've got like the materials just to craft them, like as soon as you're able to use them, you're just not going to use them. You're just going to wear low cars the whole time, which I think does its system a great disservice.
That skill's not
I know it might be a controversial take, but I'm not a fan of low card. I think it is actually it warps the game in a way that maybe isn't good. But with these types of games, you know, there are those two types of players, or I guess there are two types of players. There are more than two types of players, but for this discussion, there's a type of player who is basically building an engine. You know, they want to see what can be done in the game, assuming, you know, no limitations, or at least who have like a certain amount of pride in terms of like they're not just gonna go and GD stash all the items and edit the character and just build, you know, just take the build planner and just you know, inject it directly into the game. There are those types of players who are just going to do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It is absolutely fine just to, you know, it is a game, it is a toy, it is running on your system. It's free to have fun with, and if what you want to do is, you know, just play with your action figure and build exactly what you want, that's fine. So there's a type of player that does that, and then there is another type of player who has a little bit more, I was going to say pride, but maybe it's not necessarily pride, it's just they, you know, they farmed up all this cool stuff, and they want to use it, and they don't want to wait forever. Like they want to play the game by its rules, and they have all this cool stuff that they've legitimately farmed, and they want to use it. Like they want to make that, they found this cool drop and they want to make a build out of it, and they want to get to that build within the rules of the game as quickly as possible, right? And that's what Lokars is for. It's for that type of player who just wants to get to their in-game build as quickly as possible. And then there's like another type of player who wants to kind of experience the game and kind of, I think, like actually like treat it as more of its rogue-like roots. I don't know if got itchiness. I don't know if how many people are aware, but like, you know, the grandfather of the modern ARPG, the original Diablo, not talking Diablo 2, but the original Diablo, the thing that put the action into the action RPG, used to be turn-based, and it actually just used to be basically a graphical. It literally was a roguelike. It used to be just a graphical roguelike. You know, it had like the reason that it has scrolls of identify is because, you know, those roguelikes had scrolls of identify where you know, you had to identify the potions and identify things like the random shrines and that the random layouts of that. That's all. It literally was just a roguelike with a pretty tile set. And then they got the idea to essentially automatically increment the turn timer. Just basically, if you notice the way it works, the way like projectiles move across the tiles and things like that, the way enemies move is literally just a roguelike where the turn timers are being automatically ended, right? And it's got a window where it's accepting, you know, user input to do their action. And so, but it's a roguelike. It's about going into a dungeon and making use of the random things that you find to complete the dungeon. It's not about making a build. You don't go into Diablo, the original Diablo, saying, I'm going to make a fireball warrior. I mean, you could, but that's not really the point. The point is to go in there with a certain set of resources and to just efficiently use your resources to reach the end of the game, and it has a definite end, right? Like, what's the one that's so popular? It's like Stone Soup, which I believe it's go down to the bottom and may not be Stone Soup, but one of them, you know, it's like go down to the bottom of the dungeon, grab the orb, and escape the dungeon, and then that's the end of that character, right? Or that character, you know, it's like permadeath Iron Man, right? But an ARPG isn't like really like that anymore. It's not about exploring and, you know, resource management and improvisation. It really is more about, you know, making a build. And I think that tension of that you have to farm your gear, that tension between wanting, you know, seeing, say, oh, I see, you know, Diablo 2 is what brought that kind of build making into it, brought that kind of you know, no longer we're you know, we're playing a necromancer and but we still have to find our spells or whatever, or beeping everything. Like, it's just all, there's certain things that are just built into your character, and you can actually, you have some resources that are guaranteed to you, like your experience is guaranteed to you, and a fair amount of your power is actually from those resources that are guaranteed to you. And I gotta find the other bug gut. But you've got suddenly the other thing it did is the game didn't end when you beat it, which I think factors into it as well. But suddenly you've got like an environment for designing an engine to interact, to not just beat the game with the resources that that game instance has given you, right? But design your avatar, your entity to interact with the game system at peak efficiency, right? You're no longer a slave to the RNG. You can actually control it. So things that it did, like the multiplayer. Okay, so I believe that I don't recall, but I know that in a single player game, the layouts are static, although you might be able to um, like respawn the monsters. But like in the old roguelikes, the layouts are randomized for that game. That the layout is static. It's randomized, but it's static, right? But that's for that character. That's their world. That's the shape of the dungeon, and the monsters that exist in it are all the monsters that exist. The items that exist are all the that exist in it, and that started to get blurred in Diablo 2. Especially with the multiplayer. And it's weird. We've almost come full circle. Like, Diablo 2 was big because of the multiplayer, like actually playing with people, interacting with people, trading people, but actually, like, having a group that you played with and traveled with, right? Like, actually getting into group games and things like that. Where now that we, the modern PoE, you don't really do group games anymore. You still have a group economy, you still have a group game, but the world being static and having a limited number of resources, suddenly it is dynamic and it has an effectively infinite number of resources. And you can get literally anything you want as long as you are willing to put in the time to get it. Willing or able or whatever you want to say. So that's the tension right there. And they exist in the same space, and they kind of insidiously um, existed in that space together. I think that's where like a lot of the tension comes from in like solo self-found, so solo self-found versus trade, hardcore versus softcore, people who like low car set versus people who don't. Like, imagine if kind of even like the impetus for this channel. I'm on the side that I don't really like low cars. I don't mind it being in the game because I don't have to use it. And this is me actually not using it, like making every single character a fresh start character. But imagine if you had to beat this game, like you had to beat normal, like in normal, the monsters and the items that dropped in normal, they were finite, right? Um, you just had to make do. Like, imagine if Grim Dawn was like that. Um, it might be fun. I think a lot of people wouldn't like it. Like, imagine if you just literally used up all the dynamite in that's accessible to you, right? All the dynamite, all the aether shards that are accessible to you, and couldn't open the bridge over to the Four Hills or whatever it is, like Old Arcovia, like, and you just stuck. You couldn't do it. You'd just be scuffed. And that happens in some of these roguelike games. Like, you just literally do not have the resources to do what you have to do. Like, you standing between you and getting through it is a creature immune to fire, and you just do not have. You have only fire damage. But I digress. But like I was saying, it all started talking about low cars versus not low cars. Low cars is for the people who, it's that side of it. It's the not what still wanting to give yourself some rules, and within the rules of the game, in that, okay, the resources are infinite, and it's just a matter of putting in the effort to get where I need to go. And I've already done that enough. Here's a reward. Here is optimal, mining that resource quickly enough, and it's within the rules of the game, and you're not cheating to do it. Versus someone like me who, well, I don't really mind. I don't really play roguelikes, the kind of, roguelikes traditional where, that's the world, there's a limited number of resources, and you just got to get there. You just got to be efficient with what you find and what you get. I don't play a lot of those very often, but I do like the playstyle better, right? I do like the fresh start Grim Dawn. I do like, oh, I got this, on this playthrough, I got this legendary drop. Or I got, the Beast Caller's, well, that's Juggernaut, but I got Beast Caller's cowl, right? And hey, maybe that's the hottest shit I ever find. Maybe I should respec into, a pet build as a necromancer, right? Rather than just,
That skill's not ready.
I'll just reset the world and farm and farm and farm until I get the items that I need to progress on the path that I want to progress on. Right? But it's an interesting dynamic. I think a lot of people don't think about that, like where all of these tropes and things came from, like why these systems are the way they are, because they're not like direct ancestors, because a little bit of it is, obviously Grim Dawn is from Titan Quest, and Titan Quest is
That skill's not ready.
not a direct descendant of Diablo, but I'm sure, Diablo 2, I'm sure they were paying attention to it and thinking about it and thinking about those rules and lessons learned. And Diablo 2, a direct descendant of a game that literally was a roguelike game. Like, Scrolls of Identify made it all the way into fucking Path of Exile. Whether, they don't really belong there anymore. But that's, I think, kind of neat. And I think, at the end of the day, like, you don't have to say like, oh, it's an ARPG, it should work like this, right? But I think you should think about why the things that are in your game are in your game. Like the identify scroll thing is the identify scrolls in Path of Exile. They're there because they were there in Diablo 2. And identifying things is cool. You don't know what that rare item is until you identify it. Can't use it until you identify it. But identify scrolls are in Diablo 2 because they were in Diablo 1, and they're in Diablo 1 because Diablo 1 was trying to be a roguelike. And identify scrolls are in roguelikes because, you don't know what shit is. Like, every time you start a game, potions, for example, there's yellow potions, red potions, blue potions, and polka dot potions, and every time you start a new game, what those potions actually do gets randomized. And so you have to identify them to see what they are. There's also cursed items in those games, right? And I think in Diablo you can't use items until they're identified. But in the games that it was literally like being made to be a copy of, you could use unidentified magic items, and you would get their benefits whether you knew you were getting their response. And there was also cursed items, and that's why you wanted to identify those things, because you wanted to see, number one, what they did. We didn't know, it could be like a cloak of fire protection, and you know you knowing that it's a cloak of fire protection means, oh great, I've got fire protection. I don't have to be as afraid of this fire enemy anymore. But it could also be cursed, so you got to think like, um, do I really want to wear this, right? It was a risk just to wear something. So all the way from, roguelikes and those types of games, like the proper roguelikes, proper rogue games like Angband and Stone Soup, all the way from there, you have identify scrolls that make it all the way into Path of Exile 2, and somewhere along the lines, it became more like we have identify scrolls because, I mean, for Path of Exile, they have identify scrolls because Diablo 2 had identify scrolls, and I don't think that their philosophy is fully examined on that front. Like they want that excitement of, ooh, I don't know what this is, I want to identify it, but um, that only matters if what it is actually interesting. If knowing what it is actually interesting, because you know, it's not going to be cursed. You're never going to be surprised by what you see in a rare item, and it's even worse when it's like a unique, and he's like, I know what that is because it's an identified unique item, right? Um, like imagine if unique items, when they dropped in Path of Exile, imagine if they didn't look different. Like imagine they didn't drop as orange, if they were just a unidentified magic item, right? One thing that Diablo 2 did is it introduced, in Diablo there was only magic items, only blue items. And Diablo 2 introduced rare items, where you could see how powerful the enchantment really was.
The Legion thanks you
Um,
for your service to the Empire. My scouts have reported back from the lands to.
but imagine if a magic item on the ground, all you could tell is that it was magic, right?
The person there are two other.
And it could be unique, it could be rare, it could be magic, maybe it could even be cursed, let's say. Um, then suddenly, yeah, like identifying and seeing what it actually is maybe is a bit more interesting. The other problem is that in those old games that have identify scrolls, like where you can even trace where identify scroll comes from, is that they're actually extremely rare. You had to pick and choose the items you identified, right? Do I identify this potion or do I identify this chess piece? Hey, oh, I gotta go turn that in. Um, they were actually resources in of themselves, right? Because you could always just drink the potion if you were back against the wall. You just needed it out. Nothing would stop you from doing that. But and you might do that. Like you might have figured out what 5 out of 6 other potions are and say, I'm not. I know that this last potion is probably this, and then just gamble on that. But in Path of Exile, identify scrolls are literally garbage.
There you
They
are. Come, come.
are literally trash. They are just admin.
I don't know what you did, but it.
And then games like Grim Dawn, which are not direct descendants of Diablo, um, they just don't. Just the items tell you what they are right on the tin,
All in well spent. Got something you need stashed?
Inventory management.
I'll keep an eye out. Got something you need stashed?
So we always keep these clubs because for some reason I always find myself needing to make a misboard talisman and never having one of these goddamn clubs. But we have Voidwalk foot pads.
I'll keep an eye out.
Let's start. The easiest thing to sell is actually these blues and purples, because you know exactly what they are and what they do at a glance.
Come see what's left up on Waz.
Ugh. And I think by the time I switch to Drain Essence, like, if I'm gonna switch to Drain Essence, it's what I'm on right now is working and will continue to work. Like, I need to be getting, like, the in-game Drain Essence item to consider switching to it. Scorched Runes. Again, I really need Poison and Acid Res, and I don't really want to lose gaining that Unyielding and Mending. I called the Wolf. Incorruptible of the Psyche. This is close to what we might switch it, but I really need the Vit Res. Combo of Greaves are just too good. Well, there you go. There's your poison resistance. Yeah, that Gauss's ring, it's not bad. Stun res, good resistance. Because I'd love to get rid of this. This lets me get rid of this with a this lets me get rid of the neck with the vitality necklace. And then back, let's take a look here, because this ideally is what I swap to. I don't think I'm going to use this. I think I like the +3 Inquisitor Seal more than Ill Omen. So some Vit Res. Oh, what I can do, I think, is go Sanctified Bone in my hat. So get the Sanctified Bone for my hat. To keep the item. And then we need a black tallow. And then we can use this. I want a black tallow at some point, which I need more. Pretty sure I need more seals for that. But I can get this on when it's time to get this on.
I'll see what's left of my wares. Iron well spent. Safe storage, no questions asked. I'll keep an eye on this.
Am I gonna do the Mugdurkin quest? Oh, probably not on Elite. I probably want to get up to Ultimate as soon as I can. Hold on. Let's make sure I got Ritz, if I can get Ritz. So, Legion, Black Legion, Barrelholm, Coven, Cult, Devil's Crossing, Homestead. I can get Homestead. Rover is the Black Legion, and I already have it. Yeah, I got them real early. And, okay, so we can go get Homestead. Probably I'll have Death's Vigil pretty soon.
See anything you like? Iron well spent. Come see what's left of my
And Harvest Defender, Shield, Shaman. Potent. Dirt. Chitin. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I kind of would like some stun res. I do not think we're going to be making it to Elite tonight, unless I just fucking book. But I'm going to be clicking on totems, so that's not going to happen. Dreadmaster Goth.
I can't do that yet.
Poor Outcast. She'll never see it coming. Me, her trusted friend? For so long?
I can't do that yet.
May the
That skill's not ready.
Okay, get as many points into that as we can. And that's capped. I think we start. That's capped. This is health. So this is a dam. Yeah, give me damn. Give me more damn. Oh, hell. Scuffed video.
That skill's not
It's
ready.
okay. It's an artistic statement. No, I was on that long tangent, so now we're finally back to the actual Grim Dawn game.
That skill's not ready.
Tell you what, though, kind of don't think Apostate is that interesting to me. At least not on a fresh start. And which, you know, is another thing I was talking about, like, I get it, like these sharing resources across characters, you know, infinite resources, and just, you know, speeding things up. I get it. You know, I don't want to. I want to, you know, experience what an archetype has to offer, and not necessarily struggle through its slow early beginnings, but I guess there's no reason they can't coexist. And the problem is that just people can't, like, I think there's probably a lot of people who, like me, would enjoy the game better just for the most part just playing it casual and not worrying about doing everything super optimally. But the fact that, you know, Lokar exists, it being existing, they just can't stop themselves, right? It's just fear of missing out. They just have to.
Can't do that yet.
They have to play the game right, in air quotes, you know. Kind of the same thing with. I think there's a lot of people who, if the internet wasn't a thing, like if this was the old days of video games, where you couldn't look things up, they would get so much more fun. Oh, this guy's eating my lunch. So much more fun. So many more hours of fun. From a game, not knowing the perfect strat, the optimal thing, like not knowing you know, fresh start strats or builds to kind of smooth out the beginnings. It's like people who complain about Path of Exile being impenetrable and not good for new players. It's not wrong, but also it's like, you know, what's your expectation for it, right? If you played normal, it took you and I think, I was about to say, like, if it took you 10 hours to get through normal, I think it did take about 10 hours for me to get through normal Grim Dawn, and doing everything. But well, let's say it took you 40 hours to just do normal on Grim Dawn. That would be fine. I mean, like, honestly, as long as you're having fun, right? Who cares how long it takes you to get through one of the difficulties? You know? Kind of the thing also with, like, oh, you know, if you don't know what you're doing, not following a guide, it's gonna take you forever to get through the campaign in Path of Exile. It's like, well, so what? Like, it's not like the game isn't fun at low level. Like, it's not like it's not fun to, like, puzzle out a build with no knowledge. That can be entertaining for a lot of people. And a lot of people deny themselves that fun. And a lot of people want to deny other people that fun, right? There's absolutely nothing wrong with like that reviewer who took him 40 hours to get through the campaign. Well, he spent 40 hours playing at Path of Exile. I must have been enjoying some of it, right? If he was really writing it for a review, it's like you don't spend 40 hours on just for the sake of an article, right? I think I kind of lost the. Oh God, did I? Is it on there? Have I seen it yet? Autopilot, make sure that shrine. I mean, it's fine. I don't always like to restore that shrine because I don't know, like even not on a fresh start, you just need so many seals. You just need a lot of them, right? But anyways, probably not making too coherent a point here. Kind of my thing is like people who want to speed through the game or say like this is too hard for new players. This is going to scare off newbies. Well, is it scaring off newbies? Is it scaring off people who like the kind of player who want to, who feel entitled to the full game, right? You know what I mean? Like they feel entitled to beat Uber Elder. Like just because they try to play the game, they think that no matter what, within what they perceive as a reasonable amount of effort for them, they should be able to defeat Ubers, right? I want to defeat Ubers in 2 weeks. But like the campaign is a complete game, and like it used to be. Path of Exile actually used to be like Grim Dawn, where the campaign was it. There was normal, cruel, and merciless, and it was just the campaign, and people fucking farmed merciless docks and merciless Lunar Simple too, and farmed merciless piety ad nauseum, right? And it was the entire game, and so and then they added basically an entirely separate game that starts at maps on top of it. Like Path of Exile 1, I would say it's not one Grim Dawn. It's not one equivalent of Grim Dawn. It is probably at this point like 2 Grim Dawns and a half, right? It's like saying someone come into World of Warcraft. I'm not a fan of World of Warcraft, but because there are people who like and have fun with it. Come into World of Warcraft and say like, "Oh, you can't possibly have fun with the base, starting." It's a different kind of thing because you have to buy the expansions in World of Warcraft. But let's say for the sake of argument that you didn't have to buy the expansions in World of Warcraft, right? Saying that like, oh, if you can't from a cold start, having never played the game, figure out how to do heroic dungeons in I don't even know the expansion, but like do like go into one of the later expansions, right? Like the ones that start assuming you're a certain level. Like yeah, if you can't take a character from a cold start and get them all the way there within a certain amount of time, then it doesn't matter because all that earlier stuff is just in the way from you getting to finishing the game, right? You haven't actually played the game or beat it or consumed the game until you've reached its complete end, right? Like the last bit of content the toughest bit of content the developers created, you have not consumed the game until you've reached it, right? But no, that's not true. Like you're consuming the game the whole time. Like fucking you know, beaten Hillock, beaten Hailrake, and beaten Mervale. Those are legitimately hard if you've never done them, and you should feel good and have fun in figuring out that, oh, Mervale does cold damage. Let me farm up some cold gear or whatever, right? And doing those things, like, enjoy them for what they are. And you know, people say like, oh wow, the Roas are overtuned. They're a little bit overtuned, but um, they're fine. Like, you know, I only ever do, you know, you do the beach in fresh start gear like once every 3 months, right? And even that is enough where it's just like, just fucking dodge the Roas, dude. Just learn to dodge it, right? Um, you know, learn the game, learn to control your character. You can definitely dodge those Roas, right? Yeah, they are dangerous, and you have to, you know, not let a whole pack of them surround you and charge you down. You have to use the trees to evade them. But it doesn't play like the late game. And I think that's the thing, is that I think a lot of people who are familiar with the game and say the rows are too hard, is that eventually the game just becomes walk towards the enemies and press your skill and they explode. And the early part of that game is not. The early part of the game has more in common with Grim Dawn than it does the end game of Path of Exile, right? Where there's like just some enemies that you know, pay some respect to. Like, um, Path of Exile front loads those kinds of enemies. Right, well, Path of Exile has a limited part of the game where it has an opportunity to make you respect a white mob, and it capitalizes on it. And it's, if there's a problem with the Roas, is that they are not indicative of the experience of the rest of the game. There's like a threshold. It's about like, once you hit Act 5, assuming you make it to Act 5, assuming you just don't bounce off the game, like, it's not for everybody, right? But once, if you can make it to the end of Act 5, and then you can fix your resistances after the first resistance ding, you never have to change your gear again until maps, until the next resistance ding. And it's just, the playstyle is so completely different for the vast majority of the game, right? You never have to have that level of control or using the, like, you never have to use the arena, right? Like, you never have to use the map to your advantage ever again. But, you know, blocking enemies on trees and things like that. But the only time, the next time you actually have to respect an enemy at all is a pinnacle boss. Like, you have to respect yeah, the fucking first pinnacle boss. Like, you have to dodge the endless hunger's eruption slam, right? You have to avoid what's it, the other one, the ice things, and stand in the right place, right? And move your character intelligently and not just stand there and walk towards and face take him, right? If anything, the experience of enemies forcing you to respect them and pay attention to their abilities and dodge them should last longer, right? You know, the game should be consistently that, and I think that's what they're honestly going for in Path of Exile 2, is that, like, I hate to say it, but the whole game is going to be the beach roas. Actually, I like to say that because I don't mind the beach roas. Like, just dodge them, just move your fucking character. You know, just do not just let yourself be. Are you seeing this? Am I? Okay. do not just walk into a huge pack of Roas and let them all fucking charge you. Right? Don't do that. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the Roas being hard. There's nothing wrong with taking a long time to figure out Path of Exile, or any game for that matter. There's nothing wrong with, you know, like someone was saying they're streaming Grim Dawn and it hurt them to see them, you know, struggle. I think walking was talking about that. Someone said, but you know, he said it was like hurting him to see him struggle. Which, if he was actually struggling, if he was actually saying like, oh, I'm not having fun, this isn't good. Yeah, maybe saying, hey, you know, you could do this, but some people like to struggle, right? And it's okay to struggle with a game. It's okay to struggle and not understand the system. And it's a game. This is not like a college course where we have to pass it or we're going to be pariahs for the rest of our life. It's okay to not understand the mechanics and take forever to learn them. It's okay to never touch SR, like never do deep SR. It's okay to take 40 hours to beat normal. Like, you know, I think there's a, like I was saying before, there are people who, oh, there's actually, I just saw like a great kind of video that kind of synthesized it. But what I'm talking about, like, I think it's kind of from the same thing. So Jorbs just recently did a video on Slay the Spire talking about correlated RNG. And he actually said, please don't tell people about it, like, because it could actually spoil the game. But it helps me make my point here in this video, and honestly, no one's going to see this but me, right? Basically, correlated RNG is because of the way that they set up their random seeds. You know, when a random number generator, when it's seeded, you know, every time you roll the dice for that seed, the first time you roll it, it's going to give you a 1, and it's always going to give you 1 the first time you roll it. And the second time you roll it, it's always going to give you a 3, and the third time you roll it, it's always going to give you an 11. But every time you roll that seeded die, the next result is, you know, preordained, right? And basically what they do, I'm going to pause it because I got to use my hands to talk, even though you can't see it. But basically, what you can do is, because you don't necessarily know exactly what the number is, but you know that you can learn certain things based on things that have happened. So for example, you know, because it rolls these dice, and knowing what one of the results was, you can infer what some of the other results are. So for example, you know that if there's a cultist in the first in a battle on the third floor, or yeah, you can get a cultist in the first battle. Yeah, one cultist. If there's a cultist on the first floor battle, then the next event is going to be a shop, for example. And kind of the idea that Jorb's saying is it's bad for people to know this, because it warps the way people play the game. Some people want to play Slay the Spire on its own terms. Like Jorbs wants to play Slay the Spire on its own terms. And its terms are, it's truly random, right? There's no correlation between what the enemy was in this first thing and what the shop result is, even though there technically is. But there's the certain type of people that if they learn that, they're not going to be able to help themselves but to exploit it, right? Even if they don't enjoy it, right? Like the fact that Jorbs knows that getting a certain result on the first floor means that this next thing, he doesn't like knowing that, and it spoils his enjoyment of the game. And it will spoil some people's enjoyment of the game will be spoiled by knowing that there's correlated RNG, because they won't be able to help themselves from exploiting it. And there's some people who love the idea of it because it is a system, it is a thing to learn and recognize and use, right? And I'm not, if you know it, if you know about that, if you can like read the tea leaves and take advantage of it and you enjoy that, more power to you. But I think it's the same kind of thing with oh, hey, I can't stand that he doesn't know this, right? Doesn't he know that if you just do this, this, and this, and this has become so much easier? Doesn't he know that there's a vendor recipe that gives him exactly what he needs or he's missing in Path of Exile? Or doesn't he know this, this, and this, and this? And there's definitely a subset of people whose enjoyment of a game is going to be a lot less having all of its secrets told to them, versus being able to figure it out on their own, right? Or like for me, low cars is kind of my correlated RNG. It's like I don't mind so much having a shared stash. I mean, I kind of like it. It's nice having shared resources across games, but there's a huge part of the game that just as soon as you can reach Lokar, which is not hard, even on a fresh start, defeat him and farm up his set, there's a huge part of the game that is no longer relevant for all your characters unless you intentionally do not use it. And knowing, but first off, Lokars is a secret. Like he's a secret. He's a secret boss. If defeating him is not necessarily trivial. If defeating him isn't hard if you have a lot of game knowledge. But if you don't have a lot of game knowledge, if you're trying to, assuming you even knew how to get to him, defeating him might be hard if you don't have a great grasp of the game. And that's another thing that's been taken away by kind of just the nature of the internet and these shared gamings, is that if you want to find Lokar, most people just look it up. And the solving the mystery for a lot of people is just going to be spoiled. They're not going to be able to help themselves from looking it up. They're going to say, oh, I saw the streamer. What is that he's using? Oh, it's a secret boss. Oh, okay, I'm going to go do it and look it up. I mean, I did it. Like, I like all the secret bosses, how to unlock them. I didn't figure that out. And it's not, I don't think it's wrong. I think if you want to look it up, if you see it, know about it, and you just want to look up how to do it, nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But there's definitely, that streamer who is just a fresh start, just a sweet summer child who has never played the game, or that guy who spends 40 hours on the Path of Exile campaign. Maybe we don't need to spoil their fun, maybe we don't need to tell them, oh, you're taking too long on this, don't you know you can do this? Maybe the Roas can just be hard, maybe it doesn't matter that it's not new person friendly. Maybe who Path of Exile is for is not the type of player who maybe who Path of Exile 4 is not the type of player who's going to pick up a game and quit if it does not immediately yield its secrets to him, right? Maybe that's not who it's for. I think the problem is that its secrets are actually very easy to get, and so there's an assumption that I already know its secrets, right? Like, you should just give it to me. the game should just open itself up to me because I can just easily look it up. I can just easily look up these build guides and things like that and just do it. So just make the game easier because there's no point. There's no point making the game this hard when all it does is block new people from playing. They can bounce off. You know, they have to look up a build guide to even finish the campaign inside of the arbitrary amount of time I've decided you're supposed to finish the campaign in, right? How can a new person cold start defeat the Uber bosses within a single league without following strict build guides? Well, they can't. And maybe that's okay. Maybe it's actually for the kind of player who has this big impenetrable mystery and wants to solve it for themselves, right? Wants to get good, as it were. Because yeah, it takes a very special type of person to you know, mastering Path of Exile unaided. It would take a very special type of person to do that quickly. But maybe that's not made for that type of person, right? Maybe who GGG is trying to make the game for is the people who want a mystery, who want something impenetrable, right? And they say, and people, I had a friend who was always like, "Oh, this is the worst league ever. Look at the retention numbers." It's like, well, how many players does Path of Exile need? It needs enough to keep the lights on. Like, it needs enough to pay their developers and pay people's rent and things like that. But does it have to be the biggest game in the world? Does it have to be bigger than Diablo? Does it have to be bigger than World of Warcraft? Does it have to be bigger than Lost Ark? How big does it have to be? Why does it have to appeal to the lowest common denominator? Right? Oh, did I get another? Rune Plates of Ignifar. I'm looking. Just been talking. Just been talking out of my ass. I wonder if I should make that Tinker's thing just so I don't have to put so many. Like, do I want 721? You know what? I have a reshaping tonic. I have access to reshaping tonics. If I get to the point where I realize I don't need this, I probably wouldn't even fucking matter. Like I said, I'm just taking this guy to 100 just to say I did. I'm not going deep SR. So let's just do it. Yeah, it's even right there. Like that thinking like, oh, is this the optimal distribution of stat points? No, probably not. Maybe not, but it's the thing that lets me in the moment, it's the thing that lets me do a thing right now. For my goal of just getting level 100, it will not matter at all if I put too much points into physique to wear a pair of pants in Elite. In fact, it might even be the right move to get me to 100 on these terms as fast as possible. Oh, I even got some points. Inquisitor Seal? Arcane Empowerment? Yeah, there you go. You know, Nacrathin is in the tomb for the Ashes quest, right? Because I might skip the other tomb that's in the Necropolis.
skill's not ready.
What am I doing? Acting like I'm on the hidden path. Hmm. I'm gonna look very close at these. I'm gonna skip this other one as well because I think it wants me to make amber, and I'm just not gonna do that. Okay, so this visual should give me all the quests up to doing this tomb, but I haven't done the intervening ones. You gotta get Maltgar, you gotta get 3 seals, which I have, and then you have to go to that little side area. So I'm definitely just going to be teleporting back, so not really any reason to drop portal, because I'm not coming back for a bit. God, this is a busy. Okay, let's see. Cask. Epaulets. +3 spectral binding is interesting. +2 death sentence isn't anything to write home about. So more armor. Yeah, so scented epaulets are a thing to consider. We'll hold on to it. Oh, and I need to go talk to. I need to go drop these things off. have Kara's this time. What am I doing? What's wrong? I didn't find the farmers. Didn't I? What do you want?
Stop wasting time. You will have to venture out beyond.
What do you want? Final salute. Insignias, lumber. Okay, well, okay, I've scuffed this, but let's make the most of a bad situation. We can turn this in and should be able to get on the quest to go get the ethereal essence, which, since I have to swing through oh, nice. Hold on. What do you got? You have a Arcanist. Level 50 Arcanist belt. Burn damage. Bleeding res. Some vit res. Okay, good to know. The farmers. I feel like what I haven't done is I haven't found the farmers. What I definitely haven't done is got enough Legion insignias. She doesn't want... That's an optional quest, right? That's where that was. Okay, here's something over here. Let's see if these are farmers. They are not. Yeah, it's right there at the top. The captured farmers in the Blood Grove. I don't know, I couldn't see it. I was just seeing the Bismeal one and just thinking, oh, that old shit. Oh, I'll grab one. Grab some extra for the ultimate run. Okay, that's maxed. That's maxed, that's maxed. That's maxed. More points than this. Triggering it more often. Could get more flat cold. Buff. Yeah, sure.
I can't do that yet.
That... I'm a little scared. I can't tell where the shit is. Alright, let's just wait for movement skill cooldowns. Oh, close to dying there. I do like to farm.
Skill's not ready. Can't do that. Can't do that.
Ether Scorched Cleaver. And now there's a shrine here. May as well do it while we're here. The Mark of Fierce Resolve.
Can't do that.
Some more dynamite.
That skill's not ready.
Impervious Pendant of Arcane Balance. Thunderstruck. Scorched Runes. This is an interesting one, too. Let's see, because I think we're getting close to ready to swap. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. We want the +1 Inquisitor, so we're never using these.
skill's not ready.
I am told I could not when the Legion was forced to abandon. I've already informed.
You're here. But the cult... That skill's not ready.
Yes, here they are. Thank you. Now, am I gonna run back and do this? I think I will, for the rep, and for another possible medal.
I can't do that yet.
I heard something drop.
Can't do that yet.
A Codex of Truth! +1 Inquisitor. Hmm.
That skill's not ready.
Imperial Necklace.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Ooh, shoot. Getting a little booty blasted there. Ooh. Sheesh.
That skill's not ready.
Paimon's badge.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
And yes, please be the right ghoul in a crypt. I'm gonna feel very silly.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yep, it was. And let's see here. So all that's to say, shift a little chaos res into bit res. I think I like the percent OA though. Well.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Aggressive insight. You know what would be really good? Tempest of Insight would be really good. What are you doing in there? Bartolom. Bartolom. Barthole. What a Barthole. I think that they're at the point where they would tell me to go to East Marsh, but will I? We'll see. More health. More health? Like, I'm pretty sure the only reason I'm using Necrothans is just the +3 to Inquisitor Seal. I think this does enough, though. Kaimon's badge. Resistant Kaimon's badge is Squalls. Nope. Another Necrothan. Maybe if we need different res. We're not.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. My skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. My skill's not ready.
Mm-hmm. Tempest Crest.
I can't do that yet.
And they gave me a what? Gun? You jerks.
I can't do that yet.
It's more Citadel Blitz. Stalwart of the Wolf? We'll think about it. Ascended Vestment, +3 Inquisitor Seal. Could do. Ah, nah. Nah, I think the Shroud of Illusions is fine until we get to the ultimate versions of these things.
I can't do that yet. skill's not ready.
I don't think we're gonna be getting to ultimate tonight, folks. Not sure how much longer I want to go. It's getting pretty late. I should probably stop soon. We'll get the Necropolis waypoint. So we're ready to go, just to go straight in. I think it's a question. Do you do any of the content, or do you just go straight to ultimate once we finish? I guess it's a question of, do we have... Okay, so we're good on bleed. If we went into ultimate right now, good on bleed, need some vit, good on aether with the renewal on, could always use more sun, could use a little more chaos. So we need to get some chaos and vitality res. That's even with our renewal up. So that means we're... I think Legion has Chaos? Augments? Chaos and Aether augments. I'll make that on my neck. Tell me I don't have Gazer Eye on my neck. I might have Gazer Eye on my neck, so that's where we could get... Oh, actually, I should double check the top row as well. Yeah. Okay. Definitely need Poison and Acid Red. Res badly. And then we're Gucci on the Elemental Res. Ooh, that was with Market Torment up. That was a mistake to tank that. Lucius's Blade Arm. Look at all of that. Increasing damage. That's an option if we want to switch back to Aether. I bet there's an Aether Necromancer, an Aether 200 Necromancer build somewhere. I mean, like an Aether Reaper. But there's an Aether Reaper or an Aether Death Knight in there somewhere. What's the other side of this? In theory, this is full synergy with a Aether. What it's called, but whatever the Arcanist combo is. Is my stream dead? Oh, welcome, Yodo. So it wasn't going to be on for much longer. I was trying real hard to get to ultimate tonight, but I just didn't get off work early enough. How much of my insane ramblings did you see? Did you listen in on? Cleared the barricade. I went on a wild soapbox earlier.
That skill's not ready.
You should have heard the awful things I said about you. No, I'm just kidding.
That skill's not ready.
You shouldn't have heard him. You don't want to hear it. Don't watch back this VOD.
Can't do that yet.
But I don't know why I kill every single one of these guys I pass behind. Like, I could just run past them. You can just run past them. I don't even think they drop anything good.
That skill's not ready.
Just help these little Legion boys out a little bit. I mean, it's not doing bad for Elite. I think it'll get as far as I need to take it. Oh man, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to go through with this here, but
I can't do that.
we have to do what we have to do.
And work down. We cannot.
God, I just feel terrible about this. Sharda Baronath. Yeah, I've heard Magi mention that. I guess it's like a
My, what a curiosity you
we
are.
were friends. We were friends, not so sure anymore. I don't trust you anymore.
My, what a curiosity
Enough talk,
you are.
time to die. It must be done.
Seems I have underestimated you.
I got the wrong dang pants. Oh, speaking of pants. Oh, please tell me you don't have any physique on yet. Nope. Looks like we're good. It was the wrong pants. I don't think probably wouldn't have used those pants right now. It's just
That skill's not ready.
just an option. Now we can do the cultist mission if we want to.
There you are.
No, fuck off.
Broken down?
Not now. And there we go. Runeward Laggards. I mean, I went to I murdered her just for her pants, and I was never gonna wear them anyway. I feel so dirty. So wrong. I mean, she's not really dead, I guess. I can take heart in that.
I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Well, how have you been, Yodo? How's working for a living?
That skill's not ready.
Yeah. It's the only reason I work is the paycheck. If I didn't get a paycheck, I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't do it. Oh, I gotta talk to Olgrim.
Took you long enough. The cult of it appears that the ritual.
I'm running out of things for points into. This doesn't, this is capped out at its chance to proc. And this... I guess this is something. I don't know. Let's be a little more defensive. And I tell you what, I am looking forward to the next character. The apostate, the elemental apostate. It's fine. It puts a lot of shit on the ground though. Hard to see. Yeah. I bet if you've got like a full stash, even in the base game, like if you were gonna farm a lot or you already had like, you know, the items already, I bet there's a lot more builds for an apostate. But a fresh start one, it's tough to find a niche. Mark of Divinity, Reckoning. What the hell's a Mark of Divinity? Okay. But the problem with elemental, what's it called? Ravenous Earth. It's more shit on the ground. Can't tell what's going on.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Hmm. I want to feel like, I mean, I want to feel like I'm doing something, you know? That's why I like the piano key builds. Well, that's why I like, that's actually why Arcanist is my favorite class, because of mirror. You know, picking the right time to cast your mirror. Hold on, we've missed something. Here I'm just kind of mashing them. You know, you just kind of throw seal off cooldown. You just kind of use the word off cooldown. And then I hold down right click.
That skill's not ready.
I guess I do have Mark of Torment, but I haven't really needed to use it. And unfortunately, I probably won't ever need to use it. I don't think, on the terms of my challenge, which is just to get to 100, I don't think I would ever have to do something that dangerous that it would necessitate using it. But I guess it's nice to have it there.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, the ultimate ones might be a little dicey. Like maybe ultimate Theoden. Yeah, Papa Kaiman, he can bop you pretty good.
That skill's not ready.
He ain't nothing to trifle with. You know what? Maybe I'm not that far into it, and I haven't like officially written it down anywhere. But maybe what I'll do is maybe the challenge can be all of the story bosses and level 94 rather than 100. Because the 94 to 100 part is just grinding. Like there's nothing interesting about that. Like your build's done at 94. Right? Yeah, doing Korvac, doing Theoden, maybe doing low car if we're feeling frisky. But just getting a 94, being able to use all the equipment in the game.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Hey, well, let me ask you something if you know this, but so there's this flat number. There's this 1143 Aether damage to Inquisitor Seal, and that number changes. Like it changes depending on what buffs I have and what other equipment I have. Um, and also, and I'm not sure what it is because I think I think it might be how much Aether damage Inquisitor Seal does after it's been converted to fire, but I'm not sure. And the reason is because, you know, when you look at it, it says it does that much Aether damage. So I wonder if that's like the flat fire damage converted. And the other reason is that if that was, yeah, yeah, for sure. But that number, what I mean, like that 1143 Aether, is that the converted number or not the converted number? Is that extra on top of, or is it just the converted number? Because I'm thinking that I'm. Are you sure? Because if it's flat added, right, then my word of renewal should have converted it. Like I would expect to see this do half of that be Aether damage and half of that be fire damage, right? Because I have the full conversion on word of renewal. Or maybe the tooltip just doesn't know, and it actually is. Let's see. So it's 2160, 2960. Yeah, maybe not. But if it's flat on top of, then I think Nacrothan's metal is good for the build. Like it's a decent metal for the build. Because I still have a decent amount of just flat increased Aether damage from my devotions, and here and there. So losing like the fire damage isn't such a big deal. And then the flat would get converted anyway, so it's kind of a wash in terms of, inefficiency. So I think if it is just flat on top of it and it does get converted by Word of Renewal, then Nacrothan's mark or whatever it's called, Mark of Nacrothan is a good item for this build. But I do notice that number changes. Like this number on the thing, like it actually changes if I switch out my equipment. Like if I take something off and put something on. Like let's find something that gives me Aether damage. Yeah, it went down. And then it went up. So it's weird. It's weird that that is effectively a tooltip and is affected by your stats. Yeah, it's weird. It's
Can't do that yet.
because I'm pretty much honestly, like I don't mind, like on a fresh start, I don't actually mind losing. Well, not losing the damage. I don't mind it just being all Aether for this build. Like if it really was just stayed all Aether damage and it, like the conversion was messed up or whatever because of the fire conversion or whatever, that would be fine because it's still +3 Inquisitor Seal, and I still have some, Aether scaling, so it's not the worst amulet or not the worst metal, but it would be good to know, right? So certainly for like fresh start, target farmable, guaranteed drop, it's a decent metal, I think, either way.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
But I like. I've never used a Taxuru before, and I'm really liking, even as busy as it is. I kind of like the little purple fog machines. They're kind of neat.
That skill's not ready.
Got to use a lot of different devotion procs that I've never seen before on this build, so at least that's something.
Can't do that.
Yeah, I've got Blind Sage and Attack Saru.
That skill's not
Although, I'd really love an auto attack replacer to put the Blind Sage one on. Yeah, let me take some inventory now. I'm pretty sure that -15 to Ill Omen stacks with the -28 from Aura Censure. Like all the minuses stack, right? So I think this build gets a fair amount, and I've got somewhere else I've got another source of minus elemental, but and then the elemental storm is reduced. So yeah, so I've got elemental storm, which is some reduced, and then I've got the minus, several sources of minus. I do not have Viper. Here I can show you my tree. I have Kraken, Sailor's Guide, Crow, Quill, all this garbage, and I've got both Blind Sage and Attack Saru. I do need some blue. Is Viper that other type you can get? The other type of reduction that you can also have, but you can only have one instance of it? Because I do need a little bit of blue. But I was taking Sailor's Guide instead. I could very easily, yeah, 20% reduced, and then Elemental Storm is like just a flat number reduced. So I could swap Sailor's Guide for Viper. It looks like. No, I couldn't. I couldn't. I don't think. All right, I need a different. I need a kind of a different tree. Like probably I'd have to drop probably just drop blind sage if I was gonna do that. I could drop blind sage for Viper. Because I don't think the little bubble is doing all that much. It's neat, but it's not the end of the world not to have it. Because I have a hard time proccing. I don't have anything that's procs it. I have it on right now I have it on, what's it called? Reaping Strike. Just because that's the thing that has the best chance to actually proc it the most. Everything else I have, the cooldown is too long. Let's see. So if I dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you drop that. So yeah, that's kind of whatever to lose that. That's, you know, that's kind of sucks to lose. Or I could I also have Chariot of the Dead. Like I could get this this 3. I could get this 3 greens more efficiently. Lord's Blade.
I can't do that yet.
Am I not on the seal? The dang old seal keeps getting stuck under him, and I... Okay, I'm on it. I'm on it. Ooh, I took a lot of damage there. That's Sunder. Okay, let's respect the Sunder. He keeps eating my seal. Goran keeps eating my dang seal. Unfortunately, we can't be open on Halloween. A shame. We'll do our Halloween festivities on Friday, I guess.
You've returned. Is it finished then? And so our great Good, you're back. I struggle to admit this. You see, the Luminari have long been aware of the coven of witches hiding out to the north of Burwich.
Yeah, you got a Devo path to share.
Excuse me, my father and I were part of a
See anything you like?
I'm gonna greed. Oh, I don't know. I really actually do need that acid res. Kind of actually do need that acid res. Did you link something? I see a bunch of asterisks. I'm not sure if that's like my auto mod. Turned into asterisks, maybe. Oh yeah, no worries. Get your cookies. Did the auto mod eat your link? No. You might want pants. Yeah.
See you around.
Okay.
That skill's not skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Oh, you know, I think thinking I'd switch over to Ultimate soon, but I think I do want to go all the way to Melmoth to get another yard.
Can't.
Blood Rager. Sick.
Skill's not ready.
Tempest of Fallen Skies. Double rare gauntlets. I think that's the first double rare I've seen. Oh, Empowered Essence of Baranath. Isn't that what you were talking about? Or no, you talking about Baranath Reforged, right? Baranath Reforged. That's like for guns anyway, but Tempest of Fallen Skies. Shard of Baranath. Okay. Those are some good gloves, I guess. Did you try to link something earlier, by the way? Cause you mentioned you had a devotion plan, but I see you posted a bunch of asterisks, and I'm wondering if that's like some kind of auto mod thing. Oh yeah. You know what? I should check if I've got that. You linked to Grim Tools. Yeah. Auto mod. Let me see. Cause how do I fix that? Where is that? Enabling links in chat. How to allow links in Twitch chat. Creator dashboard, moderation settings. Moderation. Auto mod. Block hyperlinks. Is your save? I think. you want to try posting it again? Yeah, there you go. Here, let's take a look at this. Oh, let's see. What's the best way to share a browser screen? Let me... Yeah, I actually had a version of this tree. I started out with a Hyrene and turtle, and then no turtle. Maybe I'm gonna make a new scene. I'm gonna call it browser. This is actually sure, we'll call it scene with browser. We're doing it live. Browser. Okay. Okay, this isn't what I think it is. How do I destroy you? Yes, you're right. I did close all the dirty videos I was watching. Plus, what is the best way to do window capture? Add existing. I think that did it. Hang on, let's take a look. Is this even the right link? Yeah, you get the hammer. You get all of Blind Sage. Is this right? Oh, okay, I think so. Yeah. So yeah, Viper, hammer, which is just efficiency, just efficient purple. Toad, didn't finish Rowan's Crown. Yeah, that's what my current trade. I didn't grab these two on the side because I didn't really. I mean, I don't think I care about the lightning damage at all, or the cold really. I don't think it's bad. Hyrian. Like you could. So the rest of this is like, comparable. I think these 2 points are comparable to that. And then you get some other stuff, and then you get an extra green, so you can take that guy back. And then you've got another, I mean, and then you got another point. A single point. And you could get that. Get that last little piece of Kraken you didn't have before. What's Hyrian's proc do? Confuse. Just to fit Viper in. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm kind of a cowardly guy, and I don't like not having like the Wayward Soul. I don't like having like a defensive proc. Like I'd like to have Turtle, Like I'd like to have Turtle or Chariot of the Dead or Giant or Dryad, or like one of them. But I'm a cowardly type of guy. Yeah, Crab's proc. I was looking at that earlier. There was a version of my tree that had Crab. I think another thing, you could just drop Blind Sage, right? And then you could have Turtle. Easy. Just have Turtle instead of Blind Sage. Yeah. Could do that. But I have heard that Viper resistance reduction is not the most efficient. So I'm not sure where the line is between just having more increased damage versus having that. And there are other sources of it too, right? Like there's sources of it on items. But I guess if you're just saying like what can you guaranteed get that doesn't rely on a random drop, then maybe Viper is worth it. I've got some clarity potions, so
That skill's not ready.
we can experiment a little bit. I'm all turned around.
That skill's not ready.
And you want ghost crabs? Another thing I've been doing is I've been yeah, I'm sure a source of that kind, if you can get it, it's good. Like if you can choose to have it, then you should choose to have it. And like if you're not relying on a random drop of I bet there's a source of it that's on a random drop, but you know, if you can't rely on it, then that's a good thing. There's a thing in there. I bet actually there. If it was non-two-handed, like if you could drop Kraken, then you'd pick up Viper in an instant, right? Or you could drop Turtle. But it is the last one. Yeah, it's the last one. So you need 4 points. You could. You don't need that last point of that guy, so you could drop that. If you really wanted to fit Turtle in.
That skill's not ready.
Hold on. Speaking of tonics of clarity, but your reshaping potion comes from this Lost Father quest, I believe. And I am all kinds of turned around. Jeez. Want to talk about your dad? Like to meet that dad. Okay, so this is the cellar. Yeah, but Kraken's just so good when you're two-handed.
Please, just...
What is this? Actually a secret area? This is a secret area? What? Look how far out into the boonies I am here. Really? Really?
I can't do that yet.
I mean, like right now, if we're already in the we're already in the world of we're dropping blind sage. Like on that, we drop blind sage for turtle. Then we just drop blind sage and get eel or viper, not eel. Eel's over there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have an extra point to I don't know, just keep that. You like both blind sage and attack Suru? You like having both? Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense to have it. Like they're both have such similar requirements, and they're both pretty good. But it's like ideally squeeze 8 more points out. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Drop that, but we do need the green. I'm trying to see about like getting turtle in there, like something in there.
That skill's not ready.
I mean, heck, I wonder because we don't actually. This tree actually does need. Oh no, it doesn't. So you're giving me 3 blue, 2 red. This tree doesn't need all of Kraken. But I guess if you're dropping 4 points, like you could just drop Kraken. But it's so good too. All that attack speed and the fizz res. Yeah, I mean honestly, I'd drop Blind Sage before I drop Kraken, you know. At least with this, where I'm actually am auto attacking, right? Because that attack speed. Alright, I think the end is nigh, though. We're gonna go turn in this heart and call it a good evening. Yep. do want to take a quick sweep for ghost crabs, though. Are there ghost crabs in here? I guess not.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
I admit. If you see what you ask will take me. I care.
Okay. Oof, oof. Well, that was quite an adventure. Anybody to raid? My quick action's all messed up now. What's going on? Raid channel. Who is on? Who is on to send you off to Yodo that you aren't already watching? I'm sure you're already there. We know where we're going. We don't need roads. Away with you. Get out. Go on. Go on. I don't love you anymore.